Yes.
Testing 1 2 test test.
Test, test. 1 2 test, test. Okay, it's May 21st, so I'll call the North Kingstown School Committee business meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is to convene into open session and recess to the executive session pursuant to RIGL 42464A for discussion of job performance, character, or physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided that such person or persons affected shall have been notified in writing and may be advised that it would be required the discussion to be held in open meeting pursuant to RIGL 42465A1, NEANK reductions and reductions, FTE personnel, Hamilton Elementary School principal contract and leave without pay certified employee A. Item 2, sessions pertaining to potential litigation / legal advice and collective bargaining pursuant to RIGL 42465A2, 2024 town funding shortage and withholdings, discussion of any investigative proceeding regarding allegations of misconduct, either civil or criminal, pursuant to RIGL 42465A4, Davisville Academy investigation update, and then item 4, discussion regarding the matter of security, including but not limited to the deployment of security personnel or devices, RIGL 42465A3, discussion on crisis response plans. Can I get a motion to go into executive?
So moved.
Second? Second. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Okay. Okay, you good? Okay. Okay, so we will convene back into open session, and I'll disclose that no votes were taken in executive session. And so we will go right into the Pledge of Allegiance, and so if you're able, please join us.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And then roll call.
Erin Earl. Here. Robert Case.
Here.
Jennifer Lima. Here. James Sheehan.
Here.
Devin Lucasco. Christine LaPierre. Maggie Bush. Here. Rachel Turcotte. Here.
Okay, and then the calendar.
Okay, our next two school committee business meetings will be June 4th. The last one is Tuesday, June 18th, both here, 7 p.m. at Central Office. Monday, May 27th is a reminder Memorial Day, no school. We have a few subcommittee meetings and a few changes to those. First change, our wellness subcommittee meeting that was originally scheduled for May 22nd has to be rescheduled. The date has not been determined yet, but it should be here at Central Office. We have a CLAC meeting Tuesday, May 28th. That's at the North Kingston Free Library at 6:45. We also have a temporary advisory committee on discipline that was originally scheduled for May 29th, but we have moved that to June 6th. And last but not least, we have a DEI subcommittee meeting Wednesday, June 12th, here at Central Admin at 5:30.
Joni, just one note, the Tuesday, June 4th meeting is
At the
not
high
here,
school.
it's at the high
Okay,
school.
we moved that.
It moved
It
back.
moved back?
It's
Okay.
back? Okay, sorry.
No
We've
worries.
done a lot of switches.
Yep, it will be here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shinla.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks so much, Joni. And now we will move on to presentations and recognition. So I will turn it over to Dr. Duva to go through our amazing folks that we have here.
So it's always exciting when we have students here, especially this many students, to have tonight through presentations and recognitions. So thank you to everyone for coming out tonight. Our first group is from Quinnesset. We have the Quinnesset Community Keepers, and with them tonight we have Dr. Curley and Miss Johnson here. So I just invite them both to come out and to introduce their students and to tell us a little bit about the Quinnesset Community Keepers.
Everybody, you can stand up with Adrian.
So, my official spokesperson. So the best thing about building leaders is, I could say tag you're it, but I just wanted you to know this is something we've been working on regularly at Quinn each year. We're trying to build, and the whole premise of the kids that are in front of you, but we have about 21 students that have been nominated, been nominated, interviewed, and they have to hold up to our qualities of safe, responsible, and respectful. So with that said, Dr. Curley and I, we have had this vision since we met and what we want to happen, and it's really creating leaders, you know, and how are we going to create leaders? And they have had opportunity. I think our most successful year because we keep building and we become better and better, and our systems are getting tighter, and their voices are helping us improve. So I do want to say that. So Dr. Curley, come up. I want to thank Dr. Curley because like we have this vision, we do so much talking, but she has made it come to fruition and come to life. And thank you, Dr. Curley.
You know, you guys make me smile every week. When I'm having not such a good week, you guys are always bringing it and helping and being there for the community, and I appreciate you all. So I am very proud of you.
And for us, and looking at the soft skills that are so often missing this day and age for so many kids, they were able to work on projects while practicing those soft skills and knowing that those soft skills are building leaders in their personal and professional journey, wherever that may take them. And wholeheartedly, that's why I'm at elementary. It starts at a very young age, and now they are models for the other students who want to come and go the same path. I'm not going to say anything else because Adrian will tell you a little bit more, and then if you have questions, please ask because they did the work. They know more than I even know about what they have accomplished this year.
Go ahead, Adrian.
I would like to thank the school committee for giving us this opportunity to represent Quinessa Elementary School. The main priority of our school is to help the community. To do that, we have developed a program called Quick Kids. The Quick Kids help our school by assisting at events and completing jobs assigned by teachers. I personally mentor a young student each morning to help them learn how to make friends. We have also contributed after school by picking up trash on the playground at our school. The Quick Kids also did a presentation on brain states for the school community at our Thanksgiving evening event. The program helps us understand how our actions affect others. We role model safe, respectful, and responsible behavior. We also develop leadership skills such as brainstorming solutions to problems and public speaking skills. Thank you for all being here. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Thank you, Dr. Curley, for helping me on this long journey. Thank you so much.
Good job.
Go join them, don't sit, in case anybody has any questions.
Yeah, or if any of the other students want to tell us about anything else they did, it's your time. But also no worries if not.
You all practice something, so go ahead.
Natalie, you had a lot to say earlier. Do you want to share?
So, not only we did journeys of our own, but we affected the people we helped too. We also build on what we learned from other kids too. Just like what Adrian said, he mentors a kid, and he's helping him be more stronger in his social skills, as well as he is learning to have leading skills.
What do you do for us every day, Natalie?
Running announcements.
You took it from Miss Malley. It was like, Miss Malley, you can't do it anymore. Right? She rolls with it, doesn't need any guidance. And your first day, how nervous were you?
I was like pinking out.
Yes. And by the next Monday, she was like, I did this.
Did you just say pinking out?
Yeah.
Okay.
most basic.
Okay, yep, I'm gonna start using that. You just taught me a new cool way to say that.
Tyler, do you want to add?
We have done lots of projects and we made lots of connections. So in the group, it makes us feel like a whole big family as school.
Anyone else want to share?
Go ahead, Maggie.
We also do other jobs to help around the school. Like what Adrian said, he helps pick trash out of the playground at the end of the day. So some people are morning greeters and some people help other students. Yeah. This is the ones you know better. Yes.
No worries. That's great.
I think it's wonderful that you're doing this because it's so important to learn how to help each other out and to be able to give back to your community, your school community, and like Ms. Johnson was saying, to grow leaders. It's really important you have those skills and also to know how to help others because we need that nowadays where we're all helping each other. So thank you for doing that. You're role models for the little kids, and you can bring this on when you go to middle school next year.
Because your principal's sitting right there.
And fun fact, I used to do the morning announcements at Quinessa as
I
well.
love that.
And someday maybe you'll be chair of the school committee with your leadership skills that you learned. Well, we have a very nice certificate for you all to bring back to your school, and so we'll give this to Adrian to hold up, and then if you all don't mind, we'll have you come over here and we'll take a picture for you. And really great work and amazing. You want to be an next one?
We don't need to.
Thank you. Okay, ready? Say 1, 2, 3 sharks. Right? Is that sharks? Okay. Awesome. Great job, y'all. Thank you.
We'll say excuse me because I know you guys have
And folks are welcome to stay, but we also know families have a lot of different priorities and time. And so if you're with the Knesset Community Keepers, you are also welcome to see them.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, and so we'll turn it over to Dr. Duba again for our next group. Dr. Duba?
So we have tonight the Davisville Middle School robotics team here. And you know, there was a competition that you were in most recently, and I think you have your robot. Are you going to show that off to us after as well? Show us how that works. So that's wonderful. So we have, there were two coaches for the team, Mr. Orsi and Mr. Raymond. So, is Mr. Raymond here too? Yeah, they're both here. So thank you very much for, that's okay, you're right there behind them. I just want to thank you for volunteering your time for them at the middle school so they could have this opportunity. So really appreciate that. And I know Mrs. Marr is here as well. Did you want to say anything?
I'll come up with the math team.
With the math team, okay.
Just speak with
All
the
right,
robotics.
okay. So I'll just let you guys kind of introduce. And
Yes, why don't you guys introduce yourselves?
I'm Alex.
Well, then we're going to move the gritters quick. Here. Just so that they're not.
Hi, I'm Alex.
I'm Dylan.
I'm Danny.
I'm Dean.
I'm Isaac.
So we've actually been coaching these guys for a couple of years. We did a Lego-based robotics league with them last year when they were in 7th grade. And they did very well with that. They had the best performing robot at their state competition. However, what they evolved into is they chose the harder path, and that was a pattern that they repeated the entire year, and that's one of the things that I'm most proud of them all for. They could have stayed with the Lego robotics, but instead they said, I'm going to do something that I don't know as well. I'm going to do something harder. Instead of using Legos that I've been playing with since I was 6 to 5, I'm going to use these robotics parts I've never seen before. Instead of using Scratch, drag and drop coding, they decided to do Java programming in order to build this up. And then a little bit to my despair, throughout the year, they continued to take on challenges. At the qualifier tournament, they had a robot that performed very well. They could have just coasted through and competed in the States, and instead they decided to rebuild the drivetrain and rebuild the arm, the two major components of it. So congratulations to them. They did continue on to the state competition where they came in 13th. They won a couple of awards, and looking forward to them all contributing great things to the high school team when they all get there next year.
you say all going, you're all 8th graders going to
Well,
MK
hey, it's
next year.
Kingstown next school, yes.
How many of you are going into the engineering?
Raise your hand if you're going into the engineering.
The CTS.
One coder here as well.
One coder, great. So we all contribute to the robotics team, and what what you were doing with your coaches here in middle school is very similar to what happens at the high school. So you are prepared and ready to do that. That's wonderful.
And so we have a couple of slides of the year.
It's okay.
At the beginning of the year, this is them competing at the state qualifier, which the high school hosted. This is the field that they compete on. Their robots, with 3 other robots on the field, place pixels, little hexagons up on these boards, and accomplish a couple of other tasks. At that qualifier award, they did win first place in the design award, recognizing their design process that went into ending up with a robot that could compete. So it's the competitors. And then the state championship was up at NEIT, right up there in Warwick or Cranston, right off 95. It was great to go in there, right? You drive by it all the time. Never seen inside. Really fun atmosphere that they have up there for all the kids competing. This is them at the end of their competition. They won a couple of second place finishes. That was the end of this year.
Okay, I have 2 questions. 1, what was the coolest part? Music. It's okay. They can converse first. You don't have to look at me either. I get it. What do you think?
I think the coolest part was learning a lot more about like coding and how to engineer and stuff like that, and also meeting all the teams. They were a lot nicer.
Yeah, that's
And also the cookies and drink.
feels right. That feels right. And then second question, like, what is it like? What's the win? Like, what's the goal when you're at one of those competitions? Like, I've seen lots of pictures, but like, what do you get to do?
There's many ways to score points. Like, for example, how Mr. Orsi was talking about, where you place the hexagon things on the board, and then you can like launch paper airplanes into like certain areas. And there's some other things you can do.
Awesome.
And whoever gets the most points wins.
That's awesome. Anything else from anybody? Great job, y'all. And so, wait, don't go. Wait. I think Dr. Duba has.
We do. Were you going to show the robot off at
You got
all?
a demonstration over there?
Who drives? Does the robot have a name?
23699.
You guys name the robot?
You guys have a nickname for your robot who's asking?
It's okay. They're focused right now.
Oh, they're in the zone.
Yes.
There they go.
So is one of you moving it and one of you picking it up? That is the controller? So you have to work together?
You guys ever see Big Hero? You guys ever see Big Hero 6?
Yeah.
I like that. Awesome. That is very cool. Thank you for showing us.
So do you have specifics for your accomplishments this year, robotics, for Alex? Isaac?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any second. Oh, we'll get it to him. Who wants to get it to him? I'll get it.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
We're going to have you maybe a couple sit on this side, a couple sit on this side, and we'll take a quick picture if you don't mind. Or you can also do it, whatever you want. Go on that side. There you go. It's okay. Alex, you do whatever you want. All right, ready? 1, 2. Awesome. Congrats. Okay, and same rule, you're welcome to stay, but also if you, the folks that are with the Council of the Nerds want to leave, you're welcome. Oh, I saw that there were some troopers there. I saw that.
It's double dip.
You all are doing better. We did the high school a couple weeks ago, and they weren't that slick. The ones that were the multiple ones.
Oh no, Zach can put them outside.
No, most certainly not. Okay, so Dr. Duper, you want to introduce us?
So our next group is the Davisville Middle School math team, and recently you all have competed in the Math Count state competition. That was back in March. We have Miss Vogel here tonight, who is the advisor for the team, and Mrs. Marr, the school principal. So just welcome you both up.
Correct. That's right. Correct. I got this all framed.
So our math counts team started a couple years ago. In my previous district, we had a team, and I put it out to the teachers. I said, is anyone interested in doing this? It's a really great experience. And Ms. Vogel picked it up, and we started with the team. And then this year, we had the Dreams team. I cannot tell you how proud I am of them. Every class that comes after this class is going to measure themselves against this class. Most of these boys have 99 averages or 100 in math. Some of them have perfect scores on our state tests. They have practiced and practiced and practiced. They are multi-dimensional boys. They're personable. They're problem solvers.
Nice young lady hit you, I think.
And girl power right here. Girl power. Girl power there. And she holds her own. She holds her own. But they're just wonderful group of kids that came together and worked hard, and they accomplished something that we just didn't imagine would happen, and we're just extremely proud. And I have their coach, who I'm even more proud of, and she has really brought them all together to accomplish this feat. And she has a presentation, and I'll let her take over. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so my name is Susan Bogle, and I'm the Team R math teacher, and I am the math coach. And they are very well trained, as you can see. They have their grip on, and yes. So, I want you to meet some of the greatest math students that have entered Davisville Middle School right here. You guys all stand up. I am so proud of these kids. They are the greatest. They truly are. Thank you, guys. So starting in October, the math team, we met on Tuesdays after school, and we practiced solving these complex word problems every week with one goal in mind. And the goal was to have a great performance in the state math counts competition. Now, Ms. Mars said to seize the opportunity, because we're never going to see students like this possibly ever again on the team. Like I said, I've been teaching for 24 years, and I have never seen a group of students so strong as these math students are. And so I had to seize the opportunity, like Ms. Marr had told me to. And so every PLT, every algebra class where we had some extra time, I would say, here, do a math counts problem. Oh, you're bored? You know how to do that. You don't have to do that, those problems in the textbook. Here, do this. Oh, PLT time. Oh, Dan, where are you? I have a problem for you. Hey, Isaac, how did you do last night? Did you work with Dad on that word problem? And the neat thing is that they brought these problems home to their families. We had families involved. We had grandfathers and fathers and mothers all tried to work together. I remember Suhani with your mom trying to work on these word problems. They sacrificed their February vacation. They got together Saturday morning and met in the, I think it was the library, Cole?
Yeah, and then they kicked us out.
They sacrificed Friday evening to do math problems.
Yay.
Math problems.
Math
This was all in preparation for the state competition. And they were ready. When March 2nd came, we were ready to do an amazing job. And so I just want to show you some slides, and the slides will capture the key moments of that day of March 2nd, 2024. Okay, so here. I'll probably know I click this. Victor?
Victor, can you do it?
Yeah, right here. I don't know which button this is. So the first slide, you'll see all of the students. So which one is that? Oh, is that right here? So here we are, and so these are the students. We have Jacob and Isaac, Dean, Dan, Ara, Ryan, Dylan, Ben, Suhani, Cole, Josh. These are the mathletes of Davisville Middle School. Now, Cole Kizzy was the team captain, leading us to the DMS, for the DMS cheer right before our competition. It was amazing having Cole and seeing his leadership. And he's the one that organized that February vacation math meeting. And of course, push-ups. Yes, Hyder started the push-ups last year, and we have to keep that tradition going. We do our push-ups before we compete. We were recognized as having the most team spirit out of all the schools in the state. Davisville Middle School, we really stood out with our yellow T-shirts, with our grit cap, with our push-ups, with the school cheer. And they did offer us a free online math counts subscription, $275. So proud. All the parents, grandparents were. And so the competition consisted of 4 components. There was a sprint round, and there were 30 problems to do in 40 minutes without a calculator. And they were tough problems. Here they're kind of chilling right now. And I tell them, you know, mathletes, we're cool people. Never think, if anyone says that you're not cool because you love math, don't believe them. We are cool. So then there was the target round, and students had 8 pairs of math problems, no, 4 pairs of problems to do, and they had 6 minutes a pair, and they had a calculator. And then came the team round, and I chose 4 students to do, there's Josh in the background. So I chose 4 students to do 10 additional word problems. They were the toughest of them all, and they had 20 minutes, and they had a calculator, and they were tough. And it was our team of 4 that basically scored 2nd place in the state. And so this is the countdown, and I'll share a little bit about the countdown in a moment. But my team of 4, and that was Dan. It was Dean and Dylan, and it was Ryan and Cole. They were the 4 students that did the additional 10 very challenging word problems. And so then there was we had the countdown round. And in order, this is what the countdown round is right now. So you can see Dylan right there. And it was the top 8 in the state. So they had to basically compete against each other. And so they had to go up on the stage and go up against another mathlete and answer the question that was on that screen. And it was basically against the clock, right, Dylan? Remember that moment?
It's actually against the other person.
Yeah.
So this was the 4 that did compete and do the extra 10 problems, placing 2nd. Oops. And I wanted to let you know that in addition to those 4 students, the remaining 8 students had unbelievable individual performances. We beat private schools, Gordon, Moses Brown, Lincoln, schools, $56,000, $60,000 a year. We beat Barrington. That's a public school, but they still, it's a wealthy area. So just the fact that we beat schools like this, it really was amazing. And then Dylan Orsi placed 3rd in the state meet, in the state competition, and he qualified for the National Math Counts competition, which just recently took place in D.C. And I believe it was the Sunday and the Monday that you competed, Dylan? Sunday and Monday?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you arrived on Saturday.
I don't know.
You had a lot of fun. Here's some pictures. So that is so Wheeler won. They were the champions, the state champions. And so you can see the Wheeler coach on the left. So she's the one that coaches the top 4 mathletes. So those are the top 4. And here is Dylan in D.C. with his new friends from Rhode Island. Oh, look at that picture. I like that one, the crowd. And there is Dean, and what's your sister's name? Sasha, and your mom and dad, a very proud family. Now, Stony Lane has a math team. And yes, Cole, Dean, Dylan, Isaac, they have siblings. And they are in training right now. And so these guys, every Wednesday, Cole, Dean, Dylan, and Isaac went to Stony Lane to assist the new math coach, which is Miss Orsi, right, Miss Orsi? Yes, yes. And so we have young mathletes coming up next year, and I will be starting up a new team, and I have to sit down. I'm going to have to say goodbye to all you guys. And I'm going to have to start from scratch now and build this team up again. And so I am thankful for their siblings that are going to be part of the team. I'll have those 6th graders with me next year. And I think you guys, some of you guys said you're coming back. to help me?
Yes.
Help me coach? Oh, yeah. Right, you gonna come from the high school and help out?
Maggie, what's the
Yeah?
high school equivalent?
So that would be wonderful.
Smarter than me too.
Okay, and, yes. Thank you very much.
One question. What was the most fun part? What was your favorite memory?
All you doing?
What do you think, Dylan? Huh?
The Washington Monument.
Yep, that would be cool. What about the competition at CCRI? Any fun memories?
Milk break was fun.
Milk break.
The milk break?
Getting to hang out with Fred.
Meeting kids from other schools? That's cool.
We had a great coach. She helped us coordinate.
Well, great. Well, we are extremely proud of you, and we have certificates for you all, and so Dr. Dubo will hand those out, and we are excited to see what you'll do next academically in Kingstown. The high school's awaiting, so we're excited. Are you feeling it from you?
So you, honey.
I feel like they're academic decathlon energy.
I don't think we can keep, but I know we have a math club that like knows math. Yeah. I don't know these now, but they teach you math. He's in the math club and the computer club. And he messaged
Maggie said there's a math club at the high school.
Jacob?
You part of it?
No.
Maybe.
I'm graduating.
Oh, you're
So I will be in that one.
Are you still ready?
I'm sailing right now.
Oh, sailing.
Yeah. Well, no, the chair actually broke that.
It's late senior project.
All right, so we'll have you all go this way to take a picture.
I need to be in the back.
Are you ready? Okay, good job, good job. I can see the school spirit award for sure, or the spirit award for sure. Awesome, congratulations.
We're gonna go do their exponential function homework tonight.
I didn't want to look at your band. Jen, I'm going to do a 5-minute recess. Right, Maria, we're going to do a 5-minute recess. This is I think it took Yes. Huh? Oh, we made a motion. Okay, we'll come back from our recess, and I'll turn it over again to Dr. Duva to introduce our student representative report.
Yes, so annually we have a report from our student representatives that sit on the school committees. Tonight we have Maggie and Rachel, who are going to provide their summary from their student union. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Maggie Bush. I am the president of the North Kingstown High School Student Union, and this is Rachel Turcott. She's the vice president. So this is our yearly presentation. Hope you enjoy. All right, so these are some of the officers that we had this year. We really focused on recruiting people, underclassmen, because we wanted to keep it going next year. I feel like the past couple years we've had a lot of juniors and seniors, so we tried to reach out more to the sophomores and freshmen. None of the freshmen really joined, but we had some sophomores. Ashley Young, Valerie Carroll, and Abby Nicolopoulos were all pretty big contributors this year, and a lot of them are on this board. So we had 4 people join the Smart Pass committee this year. Myself, a junior named Caroline Colby, and 2 sophomores named Abby Nicolopoulos and Ashley Young. And we worked with the new administration and the new Smart Pass platform to try to find a
To problem solve?
yes. It starts with a C.
Compromise?
Yeah. Compromise.
There you go.
Sorry.
No
To
worries.
compromise between what the teachers wanted, what the students wanted, and what worked for the administration. So one of the big things we worked on was how students got written up in the systems and how that was recorded and how teachers did their bathroom duty and only letting 5 students in. And we also negotiated with the administration to extend the time given for the Smart Pass to go to the bathroom from 5 minutes instead of we tried for 10, but we compromised on 7. And 7's actually been nice. And the Smart Pass has been really effective this year. We've seen in mitigating the amount of students in the hallways, although it's still kind of an issue before and after school, during passing times, and during lunch.
So one of the next big topics that we talked about was Aspen versus Canvas, because I know we switched our grading system over to Aspen. One of the big student kind of complaints with that was Canvas is very accessible for students. It gives emails every time something was graded or every time a grade was updated. So if you were out and you had to make up something afterwards, you would get a notification. You can also get notifications on your phone. So that was a big student concern, trying to keep track of your grades. But Aspen was definitely helpful, making sure that those grades were precise, because I know in our English class they were off by 5 points between Canvas and Aspen, which was really confusing. But definitely the biggest student concern was accessibility, because Aspen is definitely more used by our teachers, administrators, and our parents, where Canvas was more focused on students.
So we asked around before this presentation about what people thought about student life at the high school, and overall it's pretty inclusive, but some things that we need to work on are inclusion and acceptance in the school environment, specifically pertaining to race and LGBTQ status. It's still pretty common among select groups of people to hear slurs for both of those in the hallways. It's something that I hear every day, and it can be really upsetting to some people. But the school has been really good this year about opening gender-neutral bathrooms and making sure that those stay used by people who are actually using them for the correct purposes. Because if you don't know, the gender-neutral bathrooms are single stall, and they have a keypad on the door, so it's pretty easy for a group of people to go in, lock the door, and just stay in there and hang out. But the administration's actually been really good this year about preventing that from happening, and the gender-neutral bathrooms have been really much improved this year. But I think that we definitely need to work on focusing on acceptance and inclusion, which they've been trying to do, but I think it's just something that it's always going to be a problem. But it can get better.
So the student union was a lot more successful this year than it was last year, especially with attendance growing and with underclassmen, specifically sophomores, and being able to pass it on to them next year and make sure that the student union stays alive and student voice is represented. Another thing that Maggie and I appreciate is the superintendent and assistant superintendent coming to meetings, and our principal. That wasn't something that had like happened in the past, and it was definitely really helpful getting to talk to administrators directly about like student concerns, and we really felt that our voices were heard. We also were able to meet with the Racial Equity Alliance this year, which was also really helpful, getting to hear from different clubs and different organizations within our school, making sure that all voices were represented within the student body. So it was definitely something that we appreciated. And then we're gonna be holding an election on the 28th to bring in our new president and vice president. And yeah, that's basically it.
Any questions?
Okay, good job. Okay, any questions from the committee?
I have a question. Thank you for this, and I'm really glad to hear that you feel that student voice is being heard more this year. I think that's super important, and I appreciate you both being great advocates for the student body. My question is, do you have any suggestions, and I'm totally putting you on the spot, so feel free to say I need to think about this, for ways to capture student voice for students who aren't necessarily involved in any type of a formal organization? Like, is there a way that the administration or the school committee can kind of, because I think it's great, you've got the student union, you've got the Racial Equity Alliance, but what about those students who aren't associated with those groups? How can those students' voices be heard?
I guess like sending out anonymous surveys kind of draws some people in, but I know definitely it can still be like difficult to like put that down and submit stuff like that. I know I've felt like that in the past, but do you think?
Yeah, it doesn't feel truly anonymous, even though they say it's anonymous. A lot of it is like,
yeah.
But I think that Ms. Finkelstein and Mr. Oki and Mr. Anderson and the deans they try really hard to interact with students. I mean, you see them on a daily basis. Miss Lemos or Miss Springer like holds the door open every day for people to walk in, and the guidance counselors do it on the other doors. So you see people who run the school every single day, and they're pretty approachable, so it's not hard to like go up to them and talk. And yeah, they have a pretty good relationship with students. So that's a way that.
Okay, other questions or comments from the committee? I just had one question. I know you talked about some topics, but what do you think, like if you were on the school committee, what would be something that you think we should look at, consider for the high school? Like something that you would improve, what would be your first thing that you would try to tackle?
I think that high school is a little bit split into like two groups. There's a small group of people that are great at everything, and like they succeed, and that's like their thing, and they're doing robotics, and they're doing like sports, and they're like the captain of everything. And it's a very small group of people. It's maybe like 50 kids, and I think the rest of the people just kind of feel like they're not really focused on, they're not really paid attention to, and you find that those groups of people care a lot less about school than the people who are like. I think that I think that there should be a focus on celebrating everybody and making sure that everybody feels like their time at school is worthwhile, and they're not just coasting along until graduation. They're like trying new things and just getting out there. But I don't know if that can be fixed in a year.
We have a toll gate. Fred knows this. Student of the quarter. And any teacher can nominate a student, and it's typically not someone who's in a superlative category, getting awards and recognition left and right. But people have just done something exceptional, and you want to give them a good, really moral boost. And we found a lot of success with it so far.
Yeah.
Anything you want to add to that, Rachel?
I think you covered it. Yeah.
I think that's the main problem going on right now.
Yeah.
I think that people just don't feel appreciated.
There's big divisions between there's like definitely two groups.
Yeah, between
I
like
feel that,
honors and CP, it's like a chasm.
It's like everyone's in
You're either
everyone's in CP, and like I mean I understand like being able to pick your levels, which is definitely good, but I think it causes tension sometimes.
Yeah, it's a big gap between like CP and honors classes. So
okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we do have we do have something for each of you and a certificate, so we won't make you take a picture. Unless you want.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Yes.
Yep. Both, good job.
Thank you very much.
And I think it's so great that you focused on trying to get younger students involved, like that, having that like foresight and strategy of thinking about trying to get younger students involved is really great, especially like as we're coming back from the pandemic and trying to rebuild groups like the student union. So I think that's awesome that that was one of your initiatives this year. So it will continue after you graduate, which is awesome. Okay, we'll move on to the next item. Okay, citizens comment, anything? Okay. And then, oh, there we go. Okay, and so I'll turn it over to Dr. Duba for a superintendent's report.
Thank you. Before I begin my report, I just ask for a moment of silence. James Andre, who served on the school committee a while ago, served on the committee for 8 years, recently passed away, so just ask for a moment of silence in his memory. Thank you. So I have a few highlights for the district, and hopefully tonight we just keep talking about all these great things. So for athletics is wrapping up for the season for the middle school and high school sports teams. We're heading into playoffs. I do want to note at the middle school level, our Davisville Middle School boys track team came in first place, and the Wickford Middle School came in second. They had a championship last week, and that was out of 22 middle school teams. So great job to our middle school track teams. Reading Week will be celebrated the week of June 10th at Forest Park, and if any of you would like to participate in that to be a guest reader, you can contact Mrs. Lastarza, who's the reading specialist at Forest Park. They're also doing a career week, and I gave you a handout on the career week for that. A few meetings ago, we had Ryan Lukowitz attend the school committee meeting because he was nominated for the U.S. Presidential Scholar. He was actually chosen. He was one of the Rhode Islanders. There's a student in Portsmouth, along with Ryan, who will be representing North Kingstown and Rhode Island for the 2024 U.S. Presidential Scholar. So big congratulations goes out to Ryan. Tonight at Wickford Middle School, they're hosting a Night of the Arts celebration. Unfortunately, none of us could go, but they were really excited to hold that at the middle school tonight to showcase all of the creative and talented artwork of the students. And Davisville Middle School is going to be having a Memorial Day celebration this Friday at 9:45. I also want to share that at the high school, every year we have students, seniors, that through the World Language Department have to take certain assessments to receive the seal of biliteracy. We have 29 students in the class of 2024 that will be receiving the seal of biliteracy at graduation this year. So congratulations to all those students.
I failed it. By one.
I'm sure, but it's okay. I'm sure you've been very successful in other ways.
I did not pass.
Going to Naval Academy, they all seal of biliteracy. I'm sure you still learned a lot, Smeg. So take that with you.
That's all.
Thank you very much. Any questions regarding the superintendent report? And so we'll move on to our next item, which is routine items. So can I get a motion to seal the minutes from the May 21st executive session?
So moved. Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and as I mentioned earlier, there were no votes taken in today's session. So we'll move on to the consent agenda. Before we get a motion for that, would anyone like to exempt any of the items?
E1.
Say it again?
E1.
Okay, E1, anything else? We need to do E2 as well, correct, Ken?
Hold on. Yes,
Yeah.
E1 and E2.
Okay. And can I get a
Second.
thank you. All those in favor of taking those two out? What is done? Okay, so can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with items E1 and E2 taken out?
So moved. Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, and then we'll go back to E1. Can I get a motion?
Move approval.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and then we'll open it up for discussion and we'll turn it over to Dr. Duba.
Great, thank you. I am very excited tonight to introduce to the school committee our appointment for the new Hamilton Elementary School principal, Dr. Frederick Swizer, who is here in the audience. And you have his contract as well that we reviewed during executive session for you to approve this evening. I'm going to go a little further, or do you want to?
Well, you can do the whole thing.
Continue? Great, thank you. So, Dr. Swizer has been in education for the past 28 years. He has a bachelor's degree in English, a master's degree in English literature and administration, and he has his doctorate from the University of Rhode Island. Most recently, currently he is the principal at Cedar Hill Elementary School in Warwick. Previous to that, he was also assistant principal of climate and culture and assistant principal of teaching and learning at Pilgrim High School. I do believe, and I know all of the members of the committee would probably agree with me, that his experience through the K-12 setting, school settings, his focus on school culture, instruction, and school operations will be a positive addition to the leadership at Hamilton Elementary School. And I am really excited to bring him forward to the committee for the approval of his contract and to be the new educational leader of Hamilton Elementary School for the 24-25 school year.
Great, thank you. Any further discussion from the committee? Yeah.
Yeah, just go on record. I know Fred, known him for years, worked alongside him. He's very competent. His people skills are excellent. He was always striving to do better, always working to improve not only his own person, but also the school setting and the school, and cares deeply about the kids. And I'm very comfortable and very happy that we have him here in North Kingstown. Also very sad we're losing him in Warwick. So with that, thank you.
We did see some really fun pictures of him participating in some school events at his elementary school, but pie in the face and silly strings, so he'll fit right along with us.
Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you so much and congratulations. And just like the robotics students, no pressure, but you're welcome to say something if you'd like, but also no worries if not.
No, I'm just honored to be given this opportunity to join North Kingstown, more specifically Hamilton community. And what was the word that the young lady used? She was nervous and excited, and
she was pinked out.
Pinked out.
That's what
there you
go. Thank you.
Congratulations, and same rule applies. You do not have to stay for the remainder of the meeting, although you are welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we will move on to the next item that we exempt. Can I get a motion for that one?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, and then we'll open discussion. Dr. Duba? For the reduction.
So this evening, we do have to approve some non-renewals for the school district. Annually, this is by law an approval that has to happen by June 1st. So Dr. Earl, members of the school committee, the non-renewal and layoff process is done annually at this time of year in order to comply with notification requirements set forth in the Rhode Island General Law 1613-2. The teachers who are affected by my recommendation have received a copy of the letter. Most of them were spoken to personally by myself or Mrs. Rousseau, our HR director. Those letters have been made part of the record for tonight's proceedings, and these non-renewals are based on budgetary reasons and not based on their job performance. At this time, it would be appropriate for you to allow the teachers or their representatives to present a statement as to why you should not do this. Bear in mind, this is not an evidentiary proceeding, and there should be no question and answer process. If any teacher so chooses, they may avail themselves of contractual and statutory procedures should they feel they have been improperly laid off or non-renewed. At the conclusion of teacher statements, if any, I will give you my final recommendation. We do not have any teachers or representatives of the union at tonight's meeting. So I do recommend that you adopt a resolution for the non-renewal of the indicated 11 teacher contracts for the 24-25 school year, as well as I also recommend that you adopt a resolution for the FTE full-time equivalent reduction of the indicated 2 teacher contracts for the 2024-2025 school year.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Just a question for the superintendent. So even though we're having 11 layoff notices go out, it's possible we're going to keep some or retain some of those folks?
So those 11 teachers will be put on a recall list for 5 years. After we held our job vacancy meeting, which is scheduled for June 10th, we will review any vacancies that are open, that are left after that point, and based off of the recall list, the certifications the teachers hold, and their seniority, we will start recalling some teachers back.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Okay, so with that, of course, this is under Rhode Island law, that non-tenured and tenured teachers whose service is not required for the following school year must be notified by June 1. In the absence of that notification, a teacher's contract is automatically renewed. And so we will be giving these notices, if approved this evening, to all teachers, as Dr. Duba mentioned. We are hopeful that as Dr. Duba just mentioned, that we will have a substantial number of them ending up teaching for us next year, but we have to definitely err on the side of caution and make sure that we follow the law as stated. And so with that, any further discussion on this motion? Okay, Dr. Duba, anything else?
Yep.
Okay, hearing no other discussion.
Actually, I just have one question. Dr. Duba said something about a resolution. We're just approving the number that he has put
Right.
forward. There's no actual resolution.
No, it's just that.
Yeah.
It's,
Okay.
Yep, we're just approving the recommendation from the
Yep.
Okay,
Okay.
so hearing none, we will call the question. All those in favor, please say aye. Okay. And then we'll be very hopeful that as things shake out, we'll be able to invite some of these folks back.
you also have to make a motion to adopt the reduction of FTEs as well for the other 2 contracts.
Okay, so what was the original? Joni?
Both.
Huh?
I
the
thought you
motion covered
I
both,
thought it
but
covered both,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
yes, correct? Yes, I believe it was both recommendations. Okay, so we will move on to our reports, and so our first report on the agenda is the financial report. So Dr. Duba, anything there?
Nope, those were just the bank recs that we submitted for January, February, and March, as well as the check register.
Okay, and thank you so much for that. We appreciate getting caught up on those important documents. Any questions from the committee on those items? Okay, and then we'll move on to subcommittee reports. The first item on the agenda is the policy subcommittee.
The Policy Advisory Committee last met on May 13th, and we had several policies on our agenda. We reviewed IJOA field trips and IJOB outside speakers for the recommendations that have been made during the Title IX review, and those revisions, along with a few others, were passed along to the school committee, and they are on our agenda this evening for a first read. Based on the discussions that were had at the policy advisory level, we're also creating a new policy for non-school sponsored field trips, which the policy advisory committee will review at its next meeting. We also began the discussion on revising the district's attendance policy to reflect current best practices post-pandemic and to make sure that it's aligned with our grading policies, which are also in the process of being reviewed. We'll be seeing those policies again at the advisory committee level. We also reviewed the district's deviation from attendance boundary policy and agreed that needed to be part of a larger conversation on how students are assigned to which school. So the administration will be reviewing all policies relating to those subjects and will be bringing back recommended changes to the policy advisory committee. A revised draft of policy to address hate-motivated behavior was presented. It's being reviewed by the district attorney and by administration and will be discussed at the next policy advisory committee meeting, as will the proposed drafts that were discussed for a district-wide dress code and one regarding cultural appropriation. We also discussed a new policy regarding inclement weather, which would cover heat and cold-related closings and dismissals. Our next policy advisory committee meeting will take place on Wednesday, June 5th at 4:30 p.m. at the Central Administration Building.
Thank you. Any questions for the policy advisory committee? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the building subcommittee. Dr. Duba?
At the last building subcommittee, we reviewed the stage 2 proposal from Perkins Eastman to do the architectural and design work for a new middle school at middle school that was approved by the building committee to move on to recommendation to the school committee, and that is on the agenda later in the
Okay, thank you. Any questions regarding the building subcommittee report? Okay, hearing none.
Just one, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Superintendent, what was the approximate cost for stage 2? I need to watch that meeting.
hold on, I'm just looking, it's in the package.
It should be in the packet.
I think we
It's
had
in
a
there.
letter.
So we had costs of
339.
$379.
So
it's-
And then there are a few other.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's under
It's in the agenda.
the next, it's actually the next item. If you look at that, it's
Oh, yeah.
the amount of, so it's $379,000 for the stage 2, and then there are recommended supplemental services that are on there as well, 4 different services, which we'll go over later.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on the building subcommittee? Okay, hearing none, we'll go on to DEI. Jen?
The DEI Advisory Committee met on May 15th. The members discussed the district's observance of religious holidays and religious-related holidays and practices. We also discussed accessibility for district events as well as the district's website. Copies of policies and procedures on each topic were reviewed, and suggestions potentially forwarded on to the school committee for recommended action. The subcommittee's next meeting is scheduled for June 12th at 5:30.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the DEI advisory report? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to unfinished business. The first item on the agenda is the 2024-2025 school budget. Can I get a motion?
Make a motion to discuss.
Okay, second.
Second.
Thank you. And we'll turn it over to Dr. Duba and perhaps Elsie for that presentation.
Yes. Man, you do it. Yeah, I'll do it. Just you're ready for any questions? I'll go through it. No, you're ready. Okay. So we have shared with you this document here that goes over revisions to the FY25 budget to be able to balance out to the budget that was approved by the town council. So the proposed budget had a town appropriation of $61,602,009. The approved budget by the town council was for $61,416,009. It's a difference of $186,000. Our recommendation, in order to make that difference whole within our budget, is to go back to the recommendation that we originally had for the investment account to increase the revenue from the investment account to $136,000. And as I said at our last meeting, we worked along with Washington Trust.
Increased by, right? Not
Increased by,
to.
increased by, yes, I'm sorry,
Okay.
increased by, not in, yes. So we're gonna increase that line by $136,000.
No, two.
Increased by.
We're
It
gonna
is
increase
by,
by-
okay.
yes.
To
Got it.
200.
Got it.
Yes, I said 2 by
Yep,
accident.
understood.
So an additional $136,000 will be put into that line through the revenue. We worked with Washington Trust with the account to assure us that it will receive a 5% interest, so that the interest rating has increased as well, to also increase the amount of investment within that account for the next year. The second recommendation is to reduce our legal fee expense by $25,000, and we have provided documentation at a previous meeting for that. And third is to reduce the substitute expense by $25,000. Leslie and I and Stephanie had worked along with ESS, or Source for Teachers, regarding next year's contract and the administrative cost on that, and they reduced the budget. They reduced the contract by $25,000 for next year. So those three recommendations would bring us to the $61,416,009 that the town appropriation will be for next year. The next line goes over the increase in health expenses. So there's an additional 1.53% cost with our health plan for next year. And that original budget was $6,044,941. With the additional increase of the health expense, it will now be $6,122,961. It's a difference of $78,020. We also saw a decrease in dental, so we will have a difference of $12,278 that's already in the budget for dental that could be used to go towards a portion of that health insurance. We went through the budget to look at where we can find savings throughout the budget for next year. And going through tuitions through our PPS budget, looking at certain areas that, due to students aging out, won't be here for the entire year. And so we are able to reduce the tuition line, which is 55630, to make up the difference of the $65,742 for the health expense. It's actually a total of $96,000 that we would reduce that line by. So that balances out that expense for the increase of the health. We also are anticipating a reduction in state aid from our original number that we had, and that's a reduction of $97,871. So you can see we have a few items here of where we are making recommendations for that. So under the curriculum line, 56101 and 53222, be a reduction of $28,266. We are recommending to increase our Medicaid revenue by $7,000 based on looking at high-cost special education services, one-to-one TA services, and nursing services, where we can increase that revenue for the next year. And that's based on a historical review of the past 3 years. The next line, for some reason, is cut out on the document we gave you, but was on the other document. So the next line is coming out of facilities, and that is 54312, where we had funds in there for any expenses for service contracts and agreements, and that money is in there if for some reason there's a need within a certain school building for anything that may need to be fixed. We're recommending to reduce that line by $18,500. If there is a need for something in the future, we know that within the fund balance and the policy states that there's a 2% line there that could go towards any emergency needs throughout the district. Also within curriculum, we are removing Reading A to Z, which is an instructional tool based on the resources that our teachers do have. It is recommended to remove Reading A to Z. That's at a cost of $14,000. We also talked with Dr. Santa that if there's a need within any of our special education programs for the need for that tool, we can fund that through the CRP for fewer licenses at a lesser cost. And then the last item on there, which is the $30,258, that's what is left from the tuition savings of $96,000. $65,000 is going towards the health expense. The remainder will be put towards the reduction in the state aid. And that brings to a total of $98,024. So it's just a little bit over what the reduction is.
Okay, thank you so
Any
much.
questions?
Questions for Dr. Duba or Madison?
I have a couple. So, does this balance, because the numbers that I got were off by that $30,000?
Yeah, we kept going through it, and so it does after because Dr. Earl asked about that earlier today as well, and we went back and we did separate calculations. It does balance out because there's 96,000 in that middle section.
Yep.
That entire 96,000 is not going towards the increase of the health expense. It's only $65,742. So the remainder of that is at the bottom, which is the 30,000.
That's what my math was not mathing. Yeah.
So
what is that number should
So
be?
Instead of saying 96, this should just say 65,742. All right.
Go on, Evelyn.
No, it's okay, because I know, because I have it written
It
down.
was breaking my brain today when I was reading
And as soon as I looked at it, I said, "Oh, I should have done it this way."
Yeah.
So the easier way to look at it is if you take the two reductions. So if we take the 65,742 and the 97,871, and we combine them as our total reduction amount, that's 163,613.
Yeah.
And then if you take the 96, the 28,266, 7,000, 18,500, and 14,000, and you add those, you get 163,766. So we are overcompensating by $153, but that's the better way to compare it. So, and I'm happy to update this if that makes more sense.
Yeah.
But
It would make, and it
sure.
would be really helpful if we could get financial docs in sheet form instead of PDF, so that we could see that.
Oh, absolutely. If we can do that, I was under the impression that for it to get uploaded in the system, it had to be a PDF, but I can certainly give it to you in a sheet.
Yeah, and if you could reset that with that breakout, that would be
absolutely.
It would help show that.
Mhm.
So now that it matches, that's a plus. My other concern is that that 2% is for like the world is falling down. That's not for like we need to fix the boiler. So I have a concern with taking that money. I don't have a concern so much with taking that money out, but I have a concern with taking the money out with the caveat that that's where that would come from.
Jen, to clarify, are you talking about the 18.5 from the facilities line?
So I guess for clarification, what would be an emergency repair? Like if a boiler went on the school, let's use that as an example, and now we can't provide hot water and heat to the school. To me, that's an emergency. If we don't have the money, then that's why that policy would have been written, and that 2% is there.
Right, but it would be like, this is like the types of things that have come to us to be asked for are things like we increased this budget, we specifically increased this budget line item during this last conversation to cover not those big major repairs, but to cover smaller things that have cropped up throughout the year. And so I would not want to see us reduce this with the saying that, oh, if we need to dip into this, we're going to dip into our emergency fund.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, Jen, the 18.5, if that isn't there, you're concerned because we'll be going to the account that is in our reserves for the savings account basically for
coming out of the fund balance, where the 2% of your operationals in the fund balance.
Right. I'm concerned that we're saying that's where that money would come from, and I don't think we should be planning on spending the sky is falling money.
Is there other money, Ken and or Mike? Is that all of that line? Is there any money remaining in it?
Yeah, there is. There was
that total was 120.
Yeah.
Yes. So the original budget last year.
So there's still like 100-ish.
Yeah. So the original budget last year was 60. We increased it to 180. So giving it an additional 120. So we're only taking the 18.5, but the remainder of that is still in that account.
Yeah. Do we remember the justification for why we increased it? Because I feel like that wasn't something we came up with. That came from you all.
So this year we had brought some projects forward, as Ms. Lee was just alluding to. We brought some projects forward. There was a rooftop unit at Stony. There was something at Wickford with the fire alarm, a pump at Hamilton, and I believe it was a rooftop unit at Fishing Cove. That all needed unexpected, unplanned for repairs. We didn't have a budget set aside for it, so we had asked to tap into that 2%. And we increased it by 120 because that's where we've landed. Now, I'm afraid to make this next statement, so I'll knock on wood. Since the fall, we have not had to request or tap into
That's all.
Your HVAC's going now. Good job. Good job. Yes.
So
This year we're trending well, is what you're saying. That's fine.
well, no, we're still upside down, roughly $120,000 from earlier in the year, but that's why we asked for 120 for next year. We didn't have that 120 in the budget for this year.
Do we have anything?
No.
Other questions? Yeah.
But Ken, we're required to have a balanced budget here.
Yes.
By law.
Mhm.
Okay. So we have to get there somehow, and if it's not this, then I guess the question would be from what other source?
Yeah.
And to me, this seems to be the least detrimental, maybe.
Yeah, I think knowing that there's still $100,000 left in that line, that
we didn't zero it.
That makes me feel a little bit better because there was nothing in prior years, and so at least we have something in our operating budget for those things that we know might pop up. I hear your concern, Jen, that, based on historical data, 120 is probably the number, which means we're probably going to have to find 20,000 somewhere.
And I think that's what
Yeah.
I'm not so concerned with the reduction. My concern is the statement. So I kind of want to say I have no problem reducing the line, but I want to be clear that that's not a
automatic.
That's not a saying that I'm okay with then saying giving the okay to dip into the emergency fund, because I don't think that is the appropriate way to handle that.
Yeah, but so if that happened, say we went through the $100,000 and then something else came up, the administration would look at the budget and look for another line to use it for, and then if there was no other $20,000 in the operating budget, that's when they would come and ask permission to take it out of that one. Right. So that would be the process and understanding that I would have as well, that our goal would be to use the operating budget if we had overages somewhere or something first, and reallocate money to that line if we went over that 100.
Yeah, and then use the unassigned fund balance before we use that emergency fund balance. Yeah.
I think that's reasonable. Other questions on this? I have two quick ones, but anyone else?
I'm going to just, while I'm generally supportive of the others, I'm going to abstain from the vote just because of the investment income recommendation being a conflict of interest with my work. So I'm going to abstain.
Okay.
Bob, would you want to bifurcate the issue maybe, or if you're okay with all?
Just keep it simple.
Just want to see it going.
I just had two quick questions. The 5%, is that fixed or not fixed? I know we had talked about that in the past. And thank you for working with the bank to try to get us a higher rate.
So in order for us to keep the money in that account liquid, which is what we need in order to be able to, it's our main operating account, it's fixed but not for a set period of time, if that makes any sense. So we are guaranteed that the bank has to give us notice if it's going to be reduced at all. And at that point, prior to that notice, we can make any changes. We can move it to a CD. We can move it into another type of account that we see fit if we think the reduction is going to have too much of an impact. So we do have that option built in.
Okay, thank you. And can you remind me what it was before?
4.75, I believe.
Thank you. And then the only other question I had, I think it's probably Ken and or Rob, the removal of reading A to Z in a world where we're still trying to recover from learning loss, and we know reading is a big challenge for some of our younger students. Are we worried about taking away this tool for our teachers, and are we supplementing it with anything else? I just want to make sure the students and the teachers have what they need for reading.
So I double checked because I was concerned of mine as well, of just removing it. And if you remember when we did this a few weeks ago, we were short. And that was why, because I wasn't ready to put this up there. I wanted to have more clarification. There was a survey that was sent around to staff and have a conversation with principals at our admin council meeting. So there are other resources that are available through geodes, decodable books, reading A to Z, are printable leveled readers. So some of those books, and I just offer experience with being a teacher, we still have them because you print them, you keep them, you have them in binders, they're accessible. It just wouldn't be newer, refreshed books you're getting online. But we do have the decodables and geodes that were purchased with the curriculum, the Wit and Wisdom curriculum for teachers to use. Also through the survey, what was reported back to me was the least used resource that we do have. And if there is a need for any programs within special education. I did talk with Dr. Sandra about using grant funds to purchase some licenses for, some teachers throughout the district if there is a need for that.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions regarding the recommendations for the revised FY25 budget?
So do we have to, I think that to be clear, we need to approve the new number, not just these ups and downs, right? We should be clear and approve the new revenue and expense number.
The district attorney is nodding.
Yeah, you should include a bottom line that match the town's appropriation.
Okay. So maybe while we're still in discussion, does somebody want to draft the motion language, and then we'll make the motion so that it's not so it's not messy?
Yeah. So
we need to make a motion to, Dr. Duke, you want to walk us through it?
So the revenue would be the 136,000 plus the 7,000.
no, it's like the total number. Like before we approved a total budget for 79,838,066. Now we need whatever that new number is. That's what we're approving, because we're approving the new number based on what the town gave us less everything else.
Yep. Leslie's.
Well, I just have a little bit of concern with that because the state aid number, the change in the state aid number is not finalized.
Mm-hmm.
So that is something that could happen. We're anticipating that it's going to happen, but it's not official. So I don't think that number is changing. It would just be the town appropriation number. So I think you would use the original.
Right. So that was
the
my
original
thought
state
too,
aid
is
number.
what our.
I mean, another option is we could do, knowing that we had received something official, like we've received the new numbers from where they think it might get approved. We could approve the numbers as is, and then if we needed to go back and amend for a third time, that could be an option, right? No.
I mean, you're better off just lining the numbers up.
Yep. Yep. So. Someone tell us what we should say, and we will make a motion to say said numbers, because this does make sense to me as laid out, but I want to make sure that we're doing it correctly.
If I can have a few minutes.
I was going to say,
I'd rather go work it out and do it
calculations you're
and not
asking
try
us
and
to
do it
it.
right here. I'd rather go
no, 100%.
Correct if we're just not approving the revisions, because I said we're not just approving what the revisions will be, which will balance out to what that number would be. I think we need to do those calculations so we're saying the correct number and not.
Do you want a quick
It's just because we're
recess?
changing the budget, like we have to change our actual budget, not just a
Yeah,
number, right?
The bottom line is we've got to align our number with the town's numbers.
10 minutes?
Well,
10
I mean, we
minutes?
can keep going, right?
No, but then I just looked at what was left, and we'll need Dr. Duba's. Like, I tried to look to see if there were things we could go through, if Dr. Duba's going to step out with us. Like,
oh, is he? Okay.
It sounded like
If he can, I would appreciate it, just because he was there for the first round and I was not, so.
Okay, that's fine.
So I'll make a motion to do 10-minute recess.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
then
Good.
give you an explanation.
Okay, we'll come back from recess, and so right now we're in a motion to discuss the FY25 budget, and so we'll turn it over to Dr. Duva for some clarification on the motion that is needed.
Okay. So what we're providing to you is a budget that balances out with what was approved by the town council. It's the current budget. So the town council approved a budget with a town appropriation of $61,416,009 and state aid of $13,257,645 for total state and town appropriation of $74,673,654. We are not reducing any of the state aid yet because these are projections, and we want to make sure we're balanced with what the town council has approved so far. If the state aid number is reduced in June, we will come back to the committee with the same items we provided to you, showing where we would make reductions and increase the revenue of the Medicaid to balance out to the new state aid number. But we don't want to make that recommendation yet because it hasn't been approved by
The General Assembly.
the General Assembly with the governor's budget. Okay? So the revenue that we currently have with the increase in investment line will be $5,114,412 for a total budget of $79,788,066.
Okay. Any other discussion, or I would also take another motion because the one that we currently have is not for approval.
So I'll make a motion to, I'll make a motion to, why am I drawing a total blank on what I want to say? To amend the budget that we had previously approved to match the amount of money that the town appropriated to us for a total revenue of $79,788,066.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Question, so that includes the first item and the second item, but not the third item relative, the third item is relative to the state budget. The state aid, excuse me.
No, it only includes the first one.
Just the first one?
Correct.
But not the second one?
Correct. You're talking about on the handout.
On the handout,
correct.
yes.
It only is dealing with the adjustment to the town appropriation.
But we have some future information.
Right.
If the number
Right.
that we
If we need to do
believe
it,
will
yeah.
be coming from the state will come from the state. Okay.
So that's 65,742 net is not included in this amendment to the budget.
Correct.
Or-
We've only made the top change for the town appropriation.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. Hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Any recusals? ma'am?
Oh, so yes. Yes, one abstention. Thank you. Okay, and so we have 3 votes, so that is good. So we will.
And then
Make
I'll
this
also make a motion to approve an amended budget with expenses in the amount of $79,788,066.
Do we need to do that?
Yeah, we have to do
Yeah.
revenue and expenditures.
If that's how you did it last
Yeah,
time.
that's how we did it
As
the
long as
last
you
time.
line it up.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion on that? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any abstentions? Oh, you can vote. You're voting.
vote on
All right,
this.
perfect. Okay, so thank you very much. And thank you for the work on that. And so we'll move on to the next item, which is CIP, existing bond, future bond. Can I get a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Motion to discuss.
Well, so Rob made a motion to
Okay,
approve.
I'll make a motion to second that with some discussion.
So we have second? We have a
Yeah,
motion and a
motion
second?
and a second.
By student.
I got it.
No, Rob made a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
You got a second, I
Okay.
think, second.
Perfect. Okay, so we'll open up to discussion. We'll turn it over to Dr. Duva to explain the document in front of us.
So you have a proposal from Perkins Eastman to complete the professional design, engineering, consulting services that needs to be submitted to RIDE for our stage 2 submission for a new construction of Wickford Middle School. The total cost for this stage 2 I'm going to call it project, but the work that they're going to do
Application.
is $379,000. And that includes all of the design work that they will do for the submission. They're also recommending 4 supplemental services: a geotechnical investigation, the A2 property survey, a life cycle cost analysis, and the energy model. What we discussed at the building committee meeting is that the geotechnical investigation and the A2 property service should be part of the stage 2 application that we do now, and wait to do the life cycle cost analysis and energy model possibly for later if RIDE allows us to wait. It's not required to have to do right now with the stage 2, and we could possibly wait.
Just to clarify, and I could have heard this very wrong, I thought it was in the stage 2 application, but there was a possibility that we might be able to get it like delayed on when we do
Right,
the
as I
work.
said, well,
Yeah.
we're going to ask RIDE if we can do those 2 later.
Yeah.
And not have to do them right now.
Yeah.
Right, because what we had talked about is that we don't want to put all this money forward and then the bond doesn't get approved. So we want to be conservative with the work that we're doing and what we're spending, and then do the life cycle cost analysis and energy model later after the bond referendum. And that, we'll have to discuss with RIDE, but that is the proposal. And so what we would be looking at is all of the design work plus the geotechnical investigation of the subsurface borings and then the property surveys.
I'm sorry, are those 4 like definites, or are these 4 maybes?
So those are 4 supplemental services that are recommended that would be required by RIDE. We're trying to separate them out. So that way can we hold off on the life cycle cost analysis and energy model to a little bit later in the process.
So they're not like, they are required, not like
What
to
we're hearing is that RIDE is requiring
Okay.
move forward that these are done.
Okay.
So what's that
RIDE
mean?
comes back and says, no, you don't need to do the life cycle costs, then we don't do it.
I think I thought it had to be done. That's where
they're saying that this that what it says in their letter, should they be required by RIDE as part of the stage 2 submission?
Yeah, but in theory, for the project in general, we'll have to do all 4. It's
We
just
will
like
at some
when.
point.
The question
Yes.
is when, not if,
Mhm.
right? Okay. Okay, questions regarding the proposal in front of us? Do we have a document explaining where the funding is coming from, or?
We don't have that yet. So if looking at this, the cost for the project for the stage 2 plus the first 2
$432.
would be, checking my math, would be $432,000. So we would be looking to, one, we know that there's money in reserve that was being held from the town to us for educational purposes. We have that funding that we can put towards this, and then any surplus, which we don't know as of yet, but we are working on our numbers for this year, as far as any surplus we have at the end of the year to put towards this project, and then the other options going back looking at the excuse me, the fund balance, where funds have been reserved for other capital projects if we have to use the funds for this.
So I guess my first question is, it just covers Wickford, correct?
It's only for Wickford.
What type of fees are going to be associated with the other
Yep. So
work?
we do not have that yet back from Rouse, but there is a line in the fund balance for the Rouse Stage 2. I think it's $200,000 that was there.
And about half of it has been already spent on the facility condition assessment. So there's still about $100,000 remaining, which for the projects on the capital list, they are, that funding should cover those items. It's just the extent of the Davisville work that, that we don't have the final number of.
Do we have any idea what that, and we still haven't even confirmed that that Davisville work is the work that we're actually doing as part of
Correct.
that. So
That's why we don't have a number.
So it looks like we have $82,000 last shown in the fund balance allocated towards the Rouse. So like you said, we've got like 100 left or whatever, but would that 100 cover that?
The 100's gonna cover the capital projects.
And that's gonna cover all the schematics that
the
are
roofs,
needed?
the HVAC for stage 2.
Okay.
Yep, for stage 2 submission. Depending on whatever the extent of the work is at DMS, that would not be, that work wouldn't be included. So the HVAC work at DMS as part of the capital project, that would be, that is covered, but depending on the other projects selected at DMS, that's what's not covered.
One question on that. So we had allocated this money to Rouse a while ago, like, and we changed the projects that are part of the bond. So
This was before there was even a list.
that's what I mean. So how are we sure that it'll cover it?
I have it in writing from them.
That it'll cover no matter what projects we're doing?
The capital projects. So if we were building a new school, that fee would not have
Yeah.
covered that, but for the capital projects, yes, that's covered.
But so for what I'm hearing Mike say though is that at DMS, if we do something in addition to what has been outlined on the capital projects, like we decide to add the guidance wing, we decide to do the gym, we decide to do something else
Yeah.
in that facility, that is not part of that agreement.
No, and I understand that, but I guess what I'm saying is, so whatever the agreement was based on X, and so we've now expanded, like we now have a list of however many projects outside of that work at DMS, and that fee is gonna cover everything, even though they didn't know at the time.
Correct, they didn't know what they were gonna find on the walkthrough, correct.
Okay. Okay. So,
Do we have a sense of when we might know where we are financially this year with, like, you mentioned the surplus, because I am concerned that you mentioned the money that the town is withholding, and that is part of our operating budget for this year. So, like, in theory, we budgeted that money as part of our expenses. It's not just like overage money. So do we have a sense of timeline of when we'll maybe know that number?
How close are we? I mean,
How close are we to know our end of year number?
right.
So I've been working on it.
Not even end of year. I'll take third quarter. Like, it doesn't. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to be.
Dr. Duca and I are meeting tomorrow to go over what I've put together, because there are things outside of the realm from prior to me starting that I want to confirm with him before we start looking at anything and saying, yes, this is where we are. I think after we meet tomorrow, I've got another meeting to go over the grants to make sure that we're tying out there, and I think once that's done, we should have a pretty solid idea of where we are. So I would hope in the next week or two, once those meetings have happened, that we should be pretty comfortable. I should feel caught up and confident in being able to give a number.
So by the June 4th meeting, maybe?
Mhm.
Do you think we could have the estimate for the work at DMS by that date too? I'm just concerned about how much we spent prior. We have a lot of unknowns this year with the operating. We don't have that much left in our fund balance, and I want to make sure that we have a really good grasp of what's needed to get the stage 2 application in, because it is like having to do this again. I just really want to make sure that we're being like.
Well, we just need to know at DMS, so we put a recommendation forward regarding the renovations at DMS, and then there were discussions here at the school committee level of should we be doing that, or should we be looking at adding walls at some of the other schools. So we just need to know if we don't want to do the renovations that it made of adding in, the guidance space and renovating the gymnasium, if it's just maybe adding the guidance space. And
I don't think we can talk about that.
no, I know, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying, just we don't.
Yeah.
I just need to know, right? Like, I'm not looking for that tonight. I'm just saying, like, even if we're not, then we need to make those changes.
think we've already made representation and vote.
So this is like the same conversation that we had when we approved the money for the first fund. Like, we can't move forward without approving the expenditure of the money, but it's a lot of money to outlay with no guarantee.
I think the challenge is that this was never budgeted, right, to do this, and now we have this, and we're trying to allocate where that money is coming from, and we know that there is a bucket of 340, I'm going to misquote myself, that the town.
What I'm saying though is I'm not comfortable saying, oh, it'll come out of that bucket because we don't know if that
I understand
bucket
that. I understand.
is
That's what I'm
operating.
saying. Like,
Yeah.
this is where the challenge is, right?
Yeah.
And that money, and correct me if I'm wrong, that is not. That's the equivalent of the additional state aid we received after the budget was approved. So yes, it's going to operations, but that wasn't part of the original budget when the budget was approved last year for FY24. So in essence, that money should be available for us to put towards this, but we just need to make sure we have a balanced budget at the end of the year. If we have a balanced budget at the end of the year, that money is available, because it's not for operations right now. So you'd have that, plus if there's any surplus, and then we would also be looking at, okay, maybe we gotta go back to that fund balance sheet and what decisions were made maybe previously of where that money's going. You may have to allocate a little bit more in order to do this H2.
Last time when we had this conversation, we talked to the town about perhaps having them contribute some money from their fund balance. Have we had the opportunity to have any conversations with the town manager about that this time?
I'm sorry, say that again?
We had some conversations with the town. Some towns will fund projects like this part of the project versus the school department's
I have
budget.
not received any confirmation that the town would fund this.
Did you talk to them about it? Or?
I didn't ask directly, no. Wasn't I don't have any.
Yeah.
And it hasn't come up like in any of our building committee meetings either. So.
Any further discussion? I would like to approve this. I think we need to do this work, but I'm not, at this point today, I'm not going to vote yes just because I don't feel like I have a good financial understanding of where we are. And if the rest of the committee obviously can do their themselves, but I can't do it today.
Can I make a motion to table to the next meeting? Do we have more financial information?
Do we know what impact that'll have?
It sets us back 2 weeks.
Yeah, maybe it'll take longer to get the work done and meet the deadline for September 15th. But I also understand the fact that this was not something that was budgeted, and we're making a decision based off of some what-ifs right now.
So we're in a motion right now to approve that someone made. So we can call the question. We can withdraw on table. I'm happy to do whatever. I'm only one vote. I know that I'm not going to vote yes on this one.
So Ken, what happens if any money we don't have enough money to pay until we get the bond issue, and we just kind of like basically borrowing money against ourselves until the bond is approved, and then we backfill?
If the bond is approved, that money goes back towards this because all this is part of the $77 million of that's costing to build the school, which is part of the bond. So the bond money would then
and how much
reimburse what we're spending.
And as the chair had mentioned, the negative impact of postponement, according to what Bob had said, of a 2-week punt. Do you think that's
It's 2 weeks. It will make it tight for sure because now, that design work and what they're not able to do. There'll be numerous meetings with Ride back and forth during the summer of going through all of the design schedules with them.
I feel like we were later than this last time.
They were
not that that's ideal by any means. But
they were working. So while while their contract was not formally approved and funded until June, they were working off of earlier. We didn't have the agreement until just about now, but we were working under the premise that it was going through. So we didn't actually, I believe, allocate the money until sometime in June, but they'd already spent a better part of a week here on site meeting with folks and had accumulated some stuff, had accumulated data and educational programming. I am concerned because, we have to do a lot of backwards planning. I understand. I really understand where you're coming from. It's just, it's more than just the Perkins team that's involved. It's consultants. It's getting people lined up, heading into June and the start of summer, which, I think a lot of people take vacation. So September is going to come very quickly for the amount of work that has to be done because, as we said last year, these are detailed. These are very detailed drawings. We didn't see the work that's going to be produced in September, in November, because we were working off of a February 15th submission. So we haven't seen the level of detail yet that they're going to have to get to.
Have they given you like if you don't sign the contract by X amount of date, like it's never going to get done? Like, do we have a backwards date?
No. So our next step was to, once this was approved, to set the project timeline. So we didn't set it until this was approved.
It's still possible if we don't approve tonight. I believe that they would do it still, but it would be tighter, of course.
I am concerned because, we had made the decision the last time based on the premise that we were going to have a surplus. We didn't have a surplus. We spent the money. So I would feel much more comfortable, waiting until we had some more concrete financial information. If we were able to also at the same time have the discussion about what exactly it is that we're going to do at Davisville. So
I think we've already made the vote as we're going forward with the bond and the capital improvement plan. And we're committed to that. And that was with the notion, not that we were going to realize additional state aid, but that we would have to in some way backfill that after the bond, if approved. And like the last time, if it wasn't approved, we're going to have to scramble to find out how we can afford to pay for that expense. But I think if we're going to do this correctly and try to shoot for getting the bond approved, that we're going to have the best possible plans going forward. Hence, I think, as Mike was saying, we need to have that information as soon as possible. So I think whether or not that whole town issue is resolved, I think we're still committed. It doesn't change the equation as to where we're going. We already voted on it, and town council voted. They sent it to the General Assembly to go on the ballot. It's going on the ballot. It's whether or not we're going to be prepared for it, one way or the other. And if the money comes in, we can still use that money one way or the other as well. If it doesn't come in, we're still kind of where we are right now, committed. We're in. And if we don't do, we just make ourselves a little less prepared.
I have
to win.
Is there any level of comfort with giving us not to exceed amount, but so that work can happen between now and June 4th, so that they can at least get started, and you tell us in the next week period not to, they're not to exceed whatever number you're comfortable with, just so that we can at least keep the process moving. So you're not approving an entire amount, you're approving a smaller amount, and I can bring it to some. They may not accept this. The school committee didn't agree to the contract because we have to get them financials. What they did do is they gave us X amount of money so that in the next 2 weeks while we're gathering that information, work can move.
But I think we're just kind of shaking the tree a little bit, and we're destabilizing what they need to do to put forward a very strong proposal. And we're in either way. I mean, if
we're not in either way, though. I don't think.
Yeah,
we have the bond language. It has not been.
We've already voted to put a bond.
Oh, we did the bond 100%. But
the town council voted, and as far as I know, our representation of the General Assembly is going to get approved. I don't see any reason why not. It will be on the ballot. We need to be prepared for that. And whether or not we think we have the money now or not, we're already in the pool.
Yeah. You actually have to give them the money, though. Like, it's not like Imaginary Land where we give them money in November. Like, we have to actually pay these bills as they come in. We did it last time, and so I'm just concerned about the 432. We had the money. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Is we had money in our surplus. We had spent $800,000 last time, correct? Ish.
It was from the fund balance.
Yeah. So like last time we had it very clearly and had more money. We're $800,000 less than when we had this conversation a year ago, and so that's where we've got 432. we have an unknown from what we would do for DMS, and then we don't have any documentation on the agreement that Rouse
So if we don't.
that number's going to cover it. I would feel more comfortable voting yes if we knew the total number and we knew exactly where it was coming out of, and that surplus definitely makes a difference, because last year we thought we were going to have a surplus. We did not have a surplus. So I don't feel comfortable or confident approving over $500,000 without having a good understanding of the details. I'm not saying no, and I'm not saying that we don't have to, but I'm not personally comfortable approving
Can I ask Leslie Ann a question that she may or may not know off the top of her head? On that fund balance sheet, did we have an unallocated or uncommitted, I always use the wrong word there, unallocated or uncommitted amount of money? And how much was that? Was it roughly, I feel like it was roughly 900,000?
Correct.
So could we, for the purposes of tonight, could the school committee earmark a portion of that money? So it's currently sitting in fund balance, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm gonna say this, it's currently sitting in fund balance, unallocated, and could be allocated to anything the school committee sees fit.
Well, that sounds like it could solve the,
You know, we're supposed to hold a certain amount outside of our emergency fund. Like a healthy fund balance is supposed to be a certain percent of our operating budget, and it is way more than 991,000. So until we have a clear picture of everything, I'm not comfortable allocating any more. We are seeing the effects of having allocated $850,000 plus for the first referendum, which didn't succeed. So until we have some clear.
but we're gonna leave ourselves disarmed, just like the last time people thought they didn't have enough good information. If we don't have enough good information developed now, along the path that has already been established, we don't have a long time between now and September, then we could also be ill-prepared, and we could have a bond issue that doesn't succeed again. And that's the worst-case scenario.
I'm happy to come back sooner than 2 weeks to discuss, but I'm just not prepared to commit $500,000 of the district's resources without firm financial information.
But we just heard that there is some money that perhaps could be used for that purpose, as Mike just outlined.
But, go ahead, Leslie.
There is, but I will agree with Ms. Lima that there is a portion of your fund balance that you should keep, that you shouldn't allocate it completely down.
So let's assume for argument's sake that.
2%? Because that 2% is different.
Let's assume for argument's sake.
Emergencies for capital. You know what I mean? Like that, just.
Superintendent, if I could, let's assume for argument's sake, the town doesn't, we won't get into that issue, but we know the issue, okay, it's not on the agenda. And then we have $50,000, $80,000, we have $100,000 that we have in surplus. We still don't have enough to cover the amount that we're talking about. So does that mean this is a stillborn, the bond issue that we've already approved here at our level, the school committee level? It's already approved by the town council. It's going to be probably approved by the General Assembly, I'm sure, and be placed on the ballot. So we'll just say, well, we'll get around to doing those studies when we do, and then they're going to probably get fed up. Like, tell me if I'm wrong, if we don't get them some money to do their work, they're going to send their people off to do other jobs, other tasks, so they have to get paid salaries. And then we're going to get behind at the end of the line, and then guess what? We're really pushing the envelope towards September, and then we have kind of a, oh, we're not really totally prepared, but we think this is what the plans are going to be, and then we look like a bunch of fools. And then that can hurt our bond issue from getting passed, which would reimburse us for any money that we move around and shift right now. I think it's ill-advised.
We do want to have as complete of a package as possible, because what will happen is after the stage 2 is submitted, they'll come back with comments, and we want to make sure that those comments are as minimal as possible.
We went forward with this proposal knowing that we didn't exactly know where all the money was coming from, except for that the bond, if there's money left over from the bond, we can backfill this, or we can rework it next year somehow in our budget, an operating budget. And I think that's the same plan we're on now, whether or not we have the exact number today or not. Either way, we're in the same boat, except I think if we delay, it hurts us even more.
I'm with Jen. I'm happy to come back earlier than 2 weeks if that's needed once the information is provided. But I just can't, and we had talked about this previously, I just feel it is important for us to have a really good understanding, because there are options other than using the school department's resources. With the last time we went to the town, we talked to them about it. They said to come back if we needed resources. We have not exhausted that option either. I just feel like I need to have a good understanding of where we are to either make a decision of if the school department's budget, fund balance, etc., can carry this, or if we need to talk to the town about assistance. So I just can't. I'm still a no. I'm sorry.
I know somebody looked it up. When's the next town council meeting? It was in June, correct?
I'm not saying that's the only option. We might be. I just feel like I need the information to have a good understanding of what we are able to reasonably and responsibly allocate. If we need to ask for help, we would need to have a really full understanding of that, and I just don't have confidence in that number. But like Jen said, I'm happy to. I hate special meetings, but if that is necessary, I would come back earlier than 2 weeks. But I'm not.
Yeah, I don't want to take this, and I'm looking at the fund balance sheet right now. I don't want to just say that this 900 that's unassigned right now, take 500 to put towards this, because then we're only going to be left at 400, and if we have anything, I am not comfortable.
I don't even think it's legal.
With
Like I think it falls behind that, below that threshold.
Here.
So.
No, correct.
And I agree. Like this has to get done. We're like, you know, and I said earlier, like there's 3 buckets for us to be looking at.
Right.
The 300 change that the town has withheld from us and said that's in a reserve for us to say we need money. And
we don't have
quite
control over
frankly,
that
I would
currently
say
either.
that that's money we need to do the stage 2. We will know as far as any surplus for the end of the year, and then if we had to come in for say 100,000 from there, that's different than saying 500,000.
Now, and correct me if I'm wrong along those same lines. And there's only one that comes to mind right away is there's a $850,000 set aside for the turf that was set.
I wouldn't touch that.
No, I'm not saying touch it, but that's something that the school committee, if there was a
it was, but can I just say
and I'm not targeting that one.
So my recommendation is, and we can either vote, we can call the question, or we can withdraw the motion and make a motion to table it. I do feel like there's some decisions that need to be made, and it's okay, but we need to have more financial information. And so, because even in the conversation that you two are having right now, like those are all choices, but I think having a recommendation from the administration about that would be very helpful. So my recommendation is either we call the question and see where it lands, or we withdraw the motion and make a motion to table. Because we can do it either way.
I think if the town had that money that we talked about, that would be the ideal situation, if we can garner that cash, that money. If we can't, for whatever reason, I think we're in the same situation we are right now. What do we do if we don't get that money and we find out we have 50,000 or 100,000, 150,000, it's still not the amount of money we need to do stage 2. Does that make you, like Madam Chair, a question, does that make you more comfortable that we're not as maybe short as much and you want to find out that portion of it? Or if we're still short, in some way we're not going to go forward with that, even though it's going to be on the November's ballot, the bond issue for Whitford Middle School?
So I just think, for me, I think it's important to know the information. Like I said, we absolutely have to hit the stage 2 application by September 15th. I think we are still able to do that even if we don't vote tonight, but I do think having, like, our responsibility as people who oversee the school department finances, et cetera, like I'm not comfortable making a decision of this amount without it. I'm not saying that we won't, but I would like to know exactly where things are coming from, that we're in compliance with the amount that we need in our fund balance, if anything else happens, et cetera. And if we feel like that number is not appropriate, being able to have good data to talk to the town about it, that's where I'm coming from. And I thought that's what I was hoping that we were going to receive tonight, and I understand that there's challenges in getting that, but I am not doing it. Like, I can't vote yes.
I'll say it again, any appetite for the 2 weeks, not to exceed amount, that's significantly less, just to
maybe that's a compromise.
keep us going for 2 weeks.
Based on our financials right now. Because that could
I don't
keep
even
the
know
team
if I
up.
did remember for that. I don't feel like I even have the information to be able to confidently approve that.
It would just be you telling, I would go to Perkins and say, they couldn't, the school committee was unable to approve the full agreement, what they did is they did authorize me to keep the work moving for the next 2 weeks till June 4th when we can bring it forward, so that we can at least start the process versus starting it on June 5th. So it would be a not to exceed number. I mean, the total amount is 379,000 over. I want to do math in my head of how many weeks that is.
Between now and September.
Between now and September 15th. I'm afraid to start doing math in my head at 9:30.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 12, 14-ish weeks, right? 1/14 of 379,000. It's 379,000 divided by 14 is 27,000. So, is there an appetite to give me a not to exceed of $25,000, so that we can tomorrow I can reach out to Perkins Eastman and say the school committee authorized me not to exceed $25,000 to come off of the overall number.
Yeah.
Between now and June 4th, just so
we keep going.
just so we really start.
Yeah, that sounds logical. At least it'll be a compromise, I think.
Where would that come from?
I'm open to suggestions on where it could come from.
We had the cuts here, some of the cuts here that we're going to do.
That's next year's budget. I would prefer calling a meeting. Like, if you need us to, if we need to start and 2 weeks is too long, I'm happy to come in for an additional meeting when you're ready. I can't do it.
I mean, I think part of it depends. You said it would take you a week or two.
That's what I was going to ask.
That's what I was going to say.
What can you reasonably do?
She said 2 weeks.
Right. So it's not
I will do it sooner if it
not an early meeting.
will allow us to move the process along. I will.
What's reason?
I can move the meetings that I currently have scheduled.
Like, we need 48 hours to call a meeting, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So there should be like $15,000 left in the RIDE technical assistance money.
2,300, 2,900, less than 3,000. Yeah. If you give me
In the interest of time, my recommendation is
If there's not, then I would move the table.
There's not 15. No, there's less than 3.
Rob, do you want me to call your question, or do you want to withdraw it? I'm happy to do either.
No, I'll withdraw the motion.
Do we have another motion on this agenda item?
Move the table it
Till when?
until the next meeting or sooner if administration's able to provide us with information to discuss.
How long would that be? What do you think? What's reasonable to you?
So Jen made a motion. Do we have a second? And I can.
Well, she was specifying a time at my request. I appreciate that.
So Jen, what's your motion?
To table this until the next meeting or sooner if administration is able to provide us information where we can have a discussion.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. There's no discussion. There's no discussion on the table,
No, he's
right?
saying no. He's not seconding.
Wait, what? Did you second or did you not second?
He did and then he didn't.
I did, but I thought we could discuss when we could get more information from the CFO about what she could reasonably do. I wanted to hear more
Yeah,
about what she wanted to reasonably do. Well, she said we can't have discussion on the table, and she's right.
But only once it's approved.
Okay. Hold on.
No, you can't. It's a non-debatable motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion to discuss this item. Do we have a second?
What, did she withdraw her motion?
She never had a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we have I have a motion to discuss, which is a stupid motion, and a second. So now we're in discussion. Rob, ask your question.
Can you give us some more insight as to how long you think you could potentially need?
I would say that at a minimum, I would need to the end of this week to be able to gather, meet, communicate, feel confident in what we're pulling together, so that we could do something at the beginning of next week if you needed to have
Tuesday.
an additional meeting.
So
that would also make sure that you had time
post an agenda.
Yeah, I know.
You just need
It's a
48.
lovely weekend. It's like tomorrow.
Be a short agenda.
Just to clarify what I think I need, and as far as like the information, current financial standings to kind of get a sense of where we may be with the money that is being withheld by the town as well, because that, to Ken's point, was part of the operating budget, but also wasn't, like, it was kind of that middle ground because the state aid was unexpected. And then I think some information regarding the fund balance and where we are as far as like being in compliance with how much we need to hold there based on the laws and what might be available. Is there other information that the committee needs?
Just a point of inquiry, Madam Chair.
Yep.
So if we can satisfy those interests of yours, find out about the town money, find out where we are in our budget, et cetera, does that mean you would be supportive of moving forward with this project, or is this project stillborn in your eyes?
It's not that it's
You trying to veto the project, or what do you?
absolutely not. We have to do something for the schools. Like that's
Okay.
not it at all. I want to make sure that we're making educated decisions regarding the finances of the
So,
school department and the
I
town.
assume that if you get that information, you would be satisfied.
I have no idea. It depends on the information.
Well, so you're saying if it's
Yeah.
not enough money, you might still say, well,
No, I think-
I'm not in favor of it?
Well, no, if depending on where we are financially, I feel like we would then have to see either can the school department cover it? Do we need to ask for the town's assistance? Do we need to talk to RIDE? Because I know that they had provided some assistance financially in the past. You know, so
But those
I think,
things take time.
yeah, I'm well aware.
Right,
But
and that could kill the project if we don't plan. I'm just saying, this is where we're going.
I'm just saying I want financial numbers. So
I
does
get
anybody
that,
else need?
but I don't want to see, I'm hoping this will satisfy you if we delay, and that's why I would support that.
I'll say for me, this is not a stall tactic. This is information that I need in order to make a sound financial decision. The other piece of information that I
Why
would
would we
need.
ever want to stall this? Like I don't.
I
Like
know.
it's. I just need information about our financials so that we can make
The other piece of
educated
information
decisions.
that I would like to see is just, Mike, I hear what you're saying about routes, but with no documentation from them, I just would feel
I
a
have an
little
email.
bit better.
I have it
Yeah.
already.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And then I would also say if we could get any sort of estimate on what the work. I know we don't exactly know what, or with what the total cost of getting stage 2 in is what would be helpful for me. And I heard that there were 3 buckets for that: the WMS bucket from Perkins, the Rouse Capital one, and then the DMS renovation one. And so having a better sense of what those 3 things would equal to get to stage 2 would be helpful for me.
And so the renovations at DMS are the capital projects, the renovations to the gymnasium, and the renovations to the, what do we call it, the guidance wing, guidance suite.
Addition for guidance.
Yeah, I mean, I assume that when we talk about DMS, like, and the non-gym and the non-guidance falls into the bucket with all the other capital.
For Rouse, yep.
Yes, yeah,
Yep.
okay.
Yep, so that's covered under the Rouse. It's
Yeah.
just I have to tell Rouse what the other scope of the project is. So if it's the gymnasium renovations and the guidance suite,
Yeah.
guidance wing, now I have,
Separate it.
now I have clarity. You want them as each as individual items?
Yes.
Any other information?
Did our CFO have something else to add?
I was just gonna ask Dr. Juba if after our meeting tomorrow, if we feel comfortable with this, would it help if we were able to get you something right away after he and I meet tomorrow so that you potentially meet again this week? Or is that how quickly we want it? Because we can certainly do that.
I think we're waiting for the meeting with the town to see if there's any movement on that issue.
No, that's not. You won't be able to meet this week
The
because
meeting
of
with
the
the
48
town won't
hours.
take place before next week.
We won't be able to post probably quick enough.
But
Like,
don't we
won't-
wanna, wouldn't we wanna find out, at least get some guidance from that meeting before we come back and meet or not?
That's up to the committee.
Because I think they're looking for clarity on the finances, and since that's a big component of finance, I think we might wanna know.
That was not, I wanted to get a good understanding of our financial
Of our picture.
Yep, that's what I've been saying.
So if we don't actually attain that money in time to pay for stage 2, you would support the project going forward, or now you wouldn't support the project? Because I think of these other sources of kind of, we're talking about the machinery shop here, and they didn't have the money here. It's hard to get that money to land in time for, we only have how many months before stage 2 is due. So effectively, that could kill the project.
Any further discussion? All right, can we get a motion?
I'll make a motion to table.
Do we have a second?
To when time? Do we have it? I think that's what we're asking.
I will get.
Does Jen have a second? I'll second it. All those in favor of tabling?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. Make another motion.
Make the motion that we set a meeting, that we can't set the date for right now, but it's out 48 hours according to state law. So when you have the numbers in, we will call a meeting somewhere around Tuesday of next week. That's agreeable. What do you think, Bob?
I can't agree to a date at this point.
We don't have a date. I said tentatively maybe a Tuesday.
All right, so Jim made a motion. Does he have a second?
I'll second
Okay. So could you reiterate the motion so that we know that Joni has it?
Motion would be that we would meet next week, some time agreeable to us once we have the numbers in about where our finances stand.
Okay, and Rob, you seconded that?
Yes.
If we're doing
Open
that,
discussion?
we need a date because if we're meeting Tuesday, we have to post tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm not willing to, I am willing to call a meeting when the administration's ready with the information, but I don't want to make I will not support a motion that has a next week attached to it, because that might not be, one, feasible for them, and two, feasible as far as the state laws for posting a meeting, so I'm not.
Well, state law is Tuesday, as a superintendent. Can we just, as part of our discussion, find out what would be doable for this group right here?
Right now we're in.
You guys do a Wednesday or a Thursday? It's a discussion, I think, on the motion. So maybe we can determine which date could work for us, and then we could set that as a date post the 48-hour requirement. It would be Tuesday.
I'm only available Tuesday next week.
You're only available Tuesday?
Yes, because I have events at schools every other next week.
Well, this is.
So.
The current item on the agenda is approving or not approving the Perkins Eastman submission. So my recommendation is either we table it or we call the question, and we're tabling it knowing that we're waiting for the administration to tell us when they're ready to come back with more information. So
Ken, are you available, or the assistant superintendent anytime? So every night except for Tuesday, you're.
I'm just looking at my
up.
week with events I've already, things at schools and stuff where I'm going to be. Tuesday is the only night that I have right now that I don't have something. I mean, we could see if somebody else could be at a meeting other than myself next week for one of the nights, but.
Are we still in
I'm
discussion?
only available on
I was just
Tuesday.
saying, because I could throw out an olive branch
Yeah.
of, somebody asked me earlier where the 25,000 would come from. You could take the 25,000 not to exceed amount out of the 900 unallocated. It's not the entire amount, it's a smaller amount, and that buys us till June 4th. And again, it's a not to exceed. I'm not gonna tell them to spend the whole thing, but it's a dollar amount,
Yep.
it's guidance. Just a thought, just an
I think
idea.
I think it's a prudent suggestion, and that could get us past this impasse.
And that, at the end of the day, is coming off of the overall number. So it's not 25 in addition to what we've seen on the paper. It's just, seed money to start us.
where were you saying that would come from?
The unallocated fund balance, it's roughly, what's the number?
It's $991,663.
But again, I don't know what the percentage is that we have to keep in there.
Mike, there's 25,000 allocated or soft allocated to other capital needs is required, rather than taking it from the unassigned balance. I would be willing to take it from there because that's already allocated. It's a capital need. We can put this to bed.
I don't have the document in front of me, so I just.
And maybe that way we can retain the team.
So from the
That's
current
correct.
operating?
Correct.
So from the current operating?
No, it's in the general fund. It's 25,000. It's soft allocated to generic other capital needs.
Yep.
It wouldn't affect our unallocated fund
Yep.
balance.
Yep.
Maybe we can make it. I would support that. That's all,
Is that what you want to do, Ken?
I'd be fine with that. I mean, I would support that. I mean, that's.
Okay. Someone make a motion?
I'll withdraw.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will make a motion to propose to Perkins Eastman $25,000 not to exceed, work not to exceed $25,000 between now and June 4th, with funding to come from our general fund under the line item of assigned to other capital needs as required.
Second.
Okay, discussion? Okay, I would just add that with that, making sure that we have the necessary information to be able to figure out how to fund the rest of the Stage 2 application, as outlined earlier.
Yes.
In time for the June 4th meeting.
Yes.
But assuming before we make that amendment, or we did, but to discuss that, would that mean if you didn't find all of the funding, that you don't wish to proceed on the bond?
Jim, I want to be really clear about this.
Yeah.
I would like us to proceed on the bond.
Okay.
I need financial information to make good financial decisions. So I don't know what you're trying to like
Okay.
scapegoat me into or try to trick me
No,
to
no.
say, but I am
I'm not. I'm
extremely
just asking
supportive
you,
and have
just
been
trying to get
extremely
clarification.
supportive of the school buildings and the fact that we need to put money into these.
Right.
I will not make a financial decision on behalf of the citizens of this town without information.
I
That is
respect
what is
that, but
happening.
you also voted against the bond. That's the only reason I asked.
I was like advocating for more.
But you could have supported what we had. That's up to
Can
you.
we call
though.
the question, please?
I agree.
So we're in, any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to the next item,
Thank you.
crisis response plan.
I will make a motion to approve with the modifications that we discussed in executive session.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Again, just a reminder, these were ones that we had approved to be in compliance with the state, I believe in September, and we had asked the administration to come back with revisions, and so those are what are in front of us again, so we're reapproving the same plans that we had previously approved. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to the next one, Jen.
Policies, I'm going to make a motion to discuss IJOA field trips.
Second.
This is the first read for revisions on this policy. Based on the review work done by UCAT of our Title IX policies, we removed the paragraph concerning non-school sponsored field trips. We'll be creating a separate policy to cover those types of trips. We also made some minor changes to language as well. We will be seeing this policy again before voting on it, and at that time I'll be presenting some additional proposed revisions around accessibility based on discussions that took place during the DEI Advisory Committee meeting. Does anybody have any questions?
I would just note prioritizing that non-school trip one at the policy level, because if we approve it removed from this, then there won't be any language for the district covering that, and so making sure to prioritize that in the policy.
It's on our agenda for the next policy meeting. Any other questions? I'll make a motion to discuss IJOB community resource persons / speakers.
Second.
This is the first read for revisions on this policy. Also, based on the review done by UCAT of our Title IX policies, we just added the word procedure to the policy. We also made some minor changes to language as well, and we'll also be seeing this policy again before we vote on it. Any questions on this one? I'm going to make a motion to approve JCLF Administration of Medical Marijuana.
Second.
This is the second read of a new policy which is required for all districts to have per RIDO regulations. As I stated last time, we appreciate the school nurses' input during the policy subcommittee discussions on this policy, and at this point I'm recommending approval.
Okay, any further discussion?
And all the school nurses were in agreement with the policy?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the agreement is a strong word. The head school nurse and one of the other school nurses came to represent the nurses at our policy advisory committee. There is an inherent disconnect between the fact that it's, school nurses license do not cover it because it's not FDA approved, and it's, state approved but not federal approved. But they worked with us to find the best way possible to adhere to the state regulations and still protect them and their licenses. So everybody left satisfied with the policy.
Okay, that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think that they are pleased with the conversation and the discussion that we had with the administration and the policy advisory committee about the language and how to make it most workable, understanding that it is state mandated and that we don't have a choice. I don't know if I would say that there's definitely some conflict between the law, the state law, and the federal law and the nurses' licensing.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And they also understand, the district needs to support the students, and they understand that as well. So and just to clarify, there has not been a request at this point to provide medical marijuana to students in our district, but we need to have a policy in place.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then we don't have any new business correspondence, Ms. Lima?
Just one this week, May 14th, Lori Duffy Teen Mental Health Summit.
Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.